Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to another stream of the Falling Sand Simulation. Oh my goodness. I finally have a webcam, as you can probably see. I'm looking off to the side because I have OBS on the other screen. So my webcam on the side rather than like right in front of me. My lighting is not ideal in this room. Um, I wish. Okay, so the problem is my window's right behind me. So it's just this bright light source, especially if the sun's out, which I'm not complaining when the sun's out, but like, I'm complaining when the sun's out. I love it when the sun's out. It's never out here. It's always freaking cloudy, but that's aside from the point. But I have the bright window behind me, and then I'm in the dark side of my room, so it just kind of sucks, the lighting situation. All right. So I am trying to do something different with the music here. I'm still using Stream Beats, but I wanted to use like Apple Music or something instead for playing the Stream Beats rather than VLC Media Player. And then I just don't have to like download all the music. Um for some reason OBS can't capture Apple Music. I'm sure that Apple Music's probably like done something to make it so it's like capturable or something. I don't know. So it'd be nice to use Apple Music because that's where my music subscription is. um, so right now I'm just using Amazon Music because I also have unlimited music on there. So just as well use that. I don't actually pay for the subscription on there, so because well, actually, do I? I don't know if Amazon's unlimited music comes from having Prime, or if that was because my mom like gifted it to me or something, or like has like a family plan and like added me to it or something. I don't remember what, but I have a face cam now, so you can actually see me. Um, My goodness, I am excited. Okay, so I still don't know what to do about the camera situation, but back to the lighting thing. The ideal thing to do would be to swap where my desk and my bed are, so my desk would be up against the window. I don't like having it up against the window because now I'm like staring at, like, I have this bright background in front of me, which is ideal for camera lighting and stuff, because even if the background is dark, it's not that hard to like turn on some of the lights in my room and stuff. But like, I need to have more lighting on the front of me than there is behind me generally, or like some sort of like even lighting. And like, it's really hard to achieve that when you're trying to use artificial light against a bright natural light source, which is the sun coming through the window, or through the clouds and through the window. But um so that the ideal thing would be to move there, and then I have the window light coming on the front of me, which would look a lot better. But like right now, it's cloudy out, so it's not as bright behind me. And then I have my lamp on the side, so I get like a little bit of side light. And then I have my desk light on above me. You probably see on my hand, it's a little brighter. And I don't like using the desk light because it's bright. I mean, I can turn it down and change the temperature of the light, but like it's shining at me. It's like this bar, and it hurts. I don't like looking into artificial lighting like that, or just like seeing my vision. It just kind of hurts. And like, the lighting in my room is like off, so it's just I might actually turn this off. No, that's worse. So, I might be a little dark. I'll see if I can point that way. It doesn't really help. Like, I don't want to see the light source in my eyes. I've tried... originally I tried 3 different webcams. All of them were kind of just crap in some way. And then I tried 2 more expensive ones. Right now I'm using the Elgato Facecam. Just, it was the one that works the best in my terrible lighting situation, and yeah, has the best lookingness, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know, like, all the webcams I've tried are not really as good as I wish they would be. The more expensive ones are definitely a lot better. The other one I tried is the Logitech StreamCam or whatever it's called. I guess my only problem with that one is that, well, first off, the wire for it is a little bit short, and also it's like attached to the camera, and it's USB-C, so it's not like I can extend it. I mean, I can, but like technically you're not really supposed to extend USB-C or something like that, I'm pretty sure, but not that it would be the end of the world necessarily, but I'd rather just not. Whereas the Elgato Cam plugs in USB-C, and USB-C plugs into the face cam, and then their cable is actually longer, and it actually reaches really nice. So, but yeah, seems to be the nicer one for what I'm trying to do. And the other thing I've thought about is maybe just waiting and saving up for a DSLR instead. And the benefit to that is that, first off, it'll look a bajillion times better anyway. And second, I can actually use it for other things, like taking pictures, because I am somewhat into, like, photography, you know. If I go on, like, a hike or something, it'd be nice to take some pictures or something. Post to the Instagram a little more often, maybe. But yeah. So today, in terms of the stream, I guess I should talk about my absence a little bit. So I haven't streamed this week because I want to try out the new stream schedule, but that also means I actually had to start going to bed at a reasonable time, which doesn't really affect anything. I've had this problem where I go to bed at like 3 in the morning most nights, and then like I have a lot of trouble getting out of bed, and I just feel yucky every day. I feel tired, exhausted, and just useless to everybody around me and to myself. Not like in a depressed way, but more just like I'm not functioning. I can't even think for myself. So just like everything feels hard to do. And yeah, it's not like anything like terrible feeling, but like at the same time it's like I'm not performing well for myself or anyone, or like at work or anything. But like now I'm trying to actually go to bed at like 10 or 11 now, and like, okay, the thing is that when I do go to bed at a reasonable time like that, I actually do wake up at like 7 in the morning just naturally without an alarm, and it feels so good to wake up naturally. God, I hate alarms. And like, it also feels a lot better to like wake up naturally at 7 in the morning and just be like, I'm feeling a little bit tired still. I'll just sleep until my alarm. And like it's not a rough wake up then from an alarm, because it's like you're not in the deep sleep anymore. You're already somewhat woken up. So like I don't know. But basically I'm suffering from the adjustment to the new sleep schedule, and I'm struggling to actually adhere to that. But uh, the whole idea is that instead of staying up late taking care of things or streaming or whatnot, I can just go to bed and then I'll wake up at a reasonable time in the morning, and I can then do those things in the morning, not feeling miserable and tired and exhausted. That sounds like a better world to me. I don't know how I really ended up in this pattern of staying up till 3 in the morning. It just, I can wait till the morning. But now that my IDE is done updating, we can bring it up. So, rant aside, I should say, probably not starting next week, but maybe the week after I'll start actually doing the morning streams. I'm gonna still try to do like streams on the weekend, like midday. I might do some of the morning streams. I didn't even do the stream last night because like I ended up working late. Usually I don't work. Usually I actually have an early day on Friday, so that's why I'm like, oh, I can just stream in the evening. But then I had some stuff I just really wanted to finish at work for have a good end to the week. So I ended up staying a little bit late, and then by the time I got home, it was pretty much the time, the scheduled time to stream, and I was just like, I still gotta eat dinner, and like I have these things I need to do or want to do or like whatever, and it just didn't really work out. But now I'm streaming this morning, so in terms of schedule, I want to also do more streams, and I want to have a streaming schedule now. So that's what I have, and I'll be doing morning, probably around 7:30 in the morning on Pacific Standard Time. We'll see how that goes. Probably like a few days of the week. I have it on the schedule. I think it's Monday, Thursday, and Friday mornings I'll do streams. That gives me some days of the week to like use my morning to do things like take care of reading emails or whatever the hell. But enough of that. I'll be doing more consistent streams. Actually adhering to a schedule for once. Hopefully that'll help me lead into like uploading YouTube videos or whatnot, or doing gaming videos again. But consistency really is key in like the content creation world. My brother already has more subscribers than me on YouTube. He has like 500 subscribers. I haven't even hit 200 subscribers yet. But like the thing, he hasn't even streamed, or I guess streaming and making videos. I don't actually know what he does fully. I don't really watch his stuff, but like the thing is he hasn't been doing it as not even close to as long as I have. But the thing is consistency. He does this stuff like every day, like a stream every day, or like as often as he possibly can, which is quite often, unless he gets his electronics taken away. But oh my goodness, I need to catch up. So, in terms of the falling sand simulation today, I want to get the rendering a little bit better. So last stream let's see, I made the player controller thing. I was stuck on trying to figure out like physics and stuff. I don't know if that's really the right way to go about things. Uh I don't know why. I just can't like remember like how to do physics in terms of that stuff. Like I don't know. Good afternoon, Chas. Welcome. So, yeah, I wanna focus on, I guess, optimizing the rendering, because right now, what are we doing in the particle chunk? When we first off meshing, we could probably do a little better soon, because right now we're just drawing every single thing, every triangle. So the problem is with render is that we are sending the mesh to the GPU every single frame, which is fine when you only have like a few chunks and they don't have that many particles in them, but we're gonna want to be able to see a lot of chunks, and we're going to want to have a lot of particles in them. So that means the meshes are going to be larger, whether I'm greedy meshing or whatever or not. And that just, the more stuff there is, the worse the rendering is going to be, just because the rendering's, inefficient, sending the data to the GPU every frame. And because what I'm doing, like, that's what you have to do. The ideal thing, I guess, I think there's like, there's, I guess, shader storage buffer objects, SSBOs, I think that's what they're called. I think that's the right way to do it. So basically, the idea would be is that when I remesh, which isn't, assuming nothing is moving, remeshing only would be happening when you're drawing or erasing, and then in the extreme case, remesh would happen every simulation update when the particles move, or a particle, whatever. But the idea would be that when the remesh happens, then you just re-upload the data to the GPU instead of sending it every frame. And then all you have to do is bind that storage buffer and be on your merry way. And then you're only writing the data to the GPU when it changes, and it's being stored on the GPU, so it just sticks around. I think another optimization is grouping the render of all the chunks into one or a few, if there's a lot of chunks, draw calls. Rather than having a draw call for each chunk, you could essentially create draw calls for a group of things and then issue one draw call that does all of that group, rather than multiple draw. The thing that really causes a lot of I guess you could say, like, latency in rendering is draw calls. That's issuing the command to the GPU to do the work now. You've sent it everything that it needs, or you ensure that it has everything it needs, and now you issue the command to go compute that into a frame. And it's very expensive. The other thing that we could do is also not rendering a chunk if there's nothing in it. There's even like small optimization like that. It's like, well, there's nothing to render, or the mesh has nothing. Why are we rendering? Or there's no particles in this chunk. Why are we meshing it? We don't need to do that. The other thing I've been trying to look into is like different methods for meshing. Greedy meshing is one of the most common. There's also binary meshing. But this is where things start to get confusing for me. Is like, now it's like, okay, well, now you're sending this binary mesh, or doing that's not got me too confused. I mean, there's a lot of like bit shifting and bit operations and stuff, and that's gonna be a great thing to think through. But my throat, I feel like I'm gonna get sick, which sucks. The thing that I start to get confused about is like texturing, because a lot of these methods then end up going a step further and being like, okay, well, now we're not sending the type of the voxel with the mesh anymore, and that's where I'm completely lost. Like, how the hell do you actually then represent that? Like, actually represent? Because the other thing is like, well, now you just sends off the type information to the shader. It's like, well, how exactly? How are you doing the shader then? It's just like, I don't remember some of these graphics things either. But then I was watching a video, and it goes even then a step further, and it's like, well, you don't even need to then generate a mesh, because you're already sending the information in the GPU of where what voxel is in the type. So you're already like doing that. Why not just send the whole chunk as one singular cube mesh and just render that? And that's basically then just ray marching at that point. But like, I just don't understand how like any of that works and whatnot. So I guess that's worth looking into. I don't know if I really need that much optimization though. So like, greedy meshing is probably sufficient. I think actually greedy meshing is quite costly. But then the other thing I need to figure out is also not sending the particle type information with the mesh. I guess I gotta figure out how that's done. Yeah. The other problem is a lot of the binary meshing greedy meshing that I found, a lot of those examples are in like Rust, and like, which also means they're not using OpenGL. They're probably using like WebGPU or something, and concepts. It's just another rendering library. So like, trying to figure out how to translate that. But yeah, I want to actually work on optimizing the render. At the very least, not sending the mesh to the GPU every frame, but instead just sending it when it's updated. I don't even know how to do that, so that'll be something to figure out. But I guess I haven't run this in a while. So where are we at? Because I get there might have been some player controller stuff I wanted to finish up, so maybe we finish that up first. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I added the cube for the look at drawing position now. So you actually know where the heck you're drawing. It's still hard to use, I feel like. Because the other problem is like, you're used to like Minecraft, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm looking at this block. But like now I can't really target it just because the way this steps. So if I want to target this, I then have to like at least move forward or something. And it's just like also the fact that sand sits on top of water like this, that's not ideal. But yeah, I guess the other thing is probably adding like a sky or something. But I guess we also then probably need a ground. But yeah, the player still is like, you're not moving, you're moving. You're not moving, you're moving. And there's not like any like slide or anything into it. But like I just couldn't figure out how to like do it. So like this is gonna be fun to figure out. So I guess some research into. Yeah, we can do the player controller stuff later. I feel like this is probably good. Let's go ahead and pull up the branch. I probably already have. Oh yeah, we have the planning board. So the player controller. I guess technically we've done that. Although we did stick it into a weird place. I think we just put it in particle system, which I guess is fine, but not really ideal. We really need like a general system kind of thing that like kind of manages like the general small things that aren't like a system, but they still need to like have the update, the render, this, you know, the setup, the exit, or whatnot. So I guess I need to figure out the divide between that, because I mean, even then, like some of these technically aren't really then even a system, like camera systems. Like this doesn't even need render anymore, I don't think. I think that render is only for MGUI stuff now. Yeah. So really I just need to have like an MGUI or like a debug render thing. So it's like now I can have stats about the camera. Well, actually, no, I don't even need to do that. I can just put this in a general place that just like grabs the information from the camera and puts it here. And like if you change it, you just updates this. Because then like this doesn't really need to be a system. It can just be a camera. It just holds the information about the camera, and like it's a static thing, since I'm using like namespaces to basically enforce singleton classes. Essentially it's basically just a singleton class. But yeah, like it's not really a system. It really shouldn't be. It's just a camera. Like that's it. And I guess then the thing would be is maybe you would want multiple cameras or something. I don't know. But like for now we only have one camera. We only need one. So yeah, but like init, like what does init do? It just resets. You could just have well, I guess it's fine to have like any, but like we don't need render, we don't need as system. It doesn't need to implement that. I guess the API could be worked on a little bit. Okay, let's move this over here. Okay, so I guess I'll go ahead and merge player controller unless there was something I needed to do still. Let's see here. New pull request. Make sure I pushed everything. Yeah, looks like it. Let's see. Player controller in the main. Oh, we only have one commit. Okay, what do we do? We added the player system. It's not really a system, it's more like a component. I think player is actually a class, if I remember right. Yeah. So you can actually have multiple of player, which probably isn't quite the right idea, but for now, it's fine. Updating that. Yeah, like you see here, I'm using a storage buffer. You know what I store in there? I just store the particle color information. So you probably just have. Yeah, I don't know how you would do such a thing. Let's see, we updated the camera, we removed all that crap from the camera, basically just moved in the player. Camera system, we added a set function. I also need to go and change the naming. Particle system, remove some crap that we don't need or moved it. We made the player. Yeah, sounds good to me. Create pull request. Separated player from the camera. Moved movement. Undergoes particle drawing position. I think that's basically all I did. We can link it to the project. Let's see, development milestones. Do we have any issues relating to this? No. And then the planning board. OBS is way too large. There we go. Let's see. Separated player from the camera. In progress. So I guess we've done that. And I guess we can squash and merge. Go ahead. Alright, main is up to date. Love that my code is now actually mostly C++. I think it was something else mostly before, but that was because I had like all the MGUI stuff in here. And MGUI. MGUI is mostly C++ as well, but I think most of what I copied wasn't. I don't actually remember. I don't know why I need to have that open still. Okay. Move that in there. Alright, so store chunk mesh on the GPU rather than writing the GPU memory frame. Like, at the very least, I want to do that, but realistically, I want to also figure out how to send the particle type information as well, and also render that, but like send it separate of the actual mesh, because then that means I don't have to store as much information on the mesh. It's just like slightly less work. And I guess I need to figure out if I want to do greedy meshing or if I want to do like binary meshing, or I don't know, like it feels so confusing because like all these methods that exist and like some of the things I've like watched videos about and stuff, just like it doesn't make sense. I don't understand how you're supposed to do it. Let's see. Someone sent me something. They sent me like a few things about one thing that would help is backface calling. So there's something like this. Guess I'd make it a little larger. There we go. See, this looks insanely crazy. Man, imagine the falling sand simulation could actually like handle the particles doing that kind of stuff, like actually not being locked to the grid, essentially, like actually being physics simulated. I do want to physics simulate them, but probably still keep them locked to the grid, because it's like the classic falling sand simulation kind of feel. But like maybe at the same time it'd be cool to have a way to actually like not have them locked to grid. I don't know. I guess the other thing would be is that having things not locked to the grid would be nice, like having actual physics things or something. I don't know. That's a whole issue for the future. So you have the map, which is a bunch of chunks. So you have the chunk size, the block data, which is just Interesting. So like doing greedy meshing, but rather than stopping the mesh when there's a different block like on top, it would just keep going anyway. Interesting. Start generate mesh gets references to chunk neighbors. Just a bunch of math. Interesting. So I guess we should look into run into weird music. Can you not play? Do not autoplay. Don't give me like copyright stricken here, you know what I'm saying? Continue playing. Okay. This is BOX's. UBOs. Not that anyone could probably read this. So uniform buffer objects, vertex buffer objects. The vertex formats for an attribute array and the source data for the array. Maybe indirect rendering is what I'm looking for. The purpose of this is allow GPU processes to fill these values in compute shader. The idea is to avoid the GPU, CPU, GPU round trip. Interesting. I'm not looking to do instancing. Just looking to store the data on the GPU and not have to render. So I guess I need to look OpenGL mesh rendering. Any tips for rendering a mesh with 800,000 plus vertices? Holy moly. Getting myself some candy. Alright, let's see. I guess these are technically supposed to come before. This is the part where I'm actually sending the data. Okay, so that does work. Well, only when I'm drawing? But then when simulation updates have... Oh, because... I know why. These... I don't think these are thread safe. Or... Yeah, there's no... So we're gonna need some, like... Do we have like a... Maybe we don't store it there, but maybe we store here. We'll just do atomic bool mesh dirty. The worker thread waits until ready becomes available. Or waits until ready becomes true. The main thread sets ready to true. Signal the worker thread to signaling the worker thread to proceed. Standard memory order require and order release ensure proper memory synchronization between threads. So you just want to store true. Then inside of update, yeah, if mesh dirty dot load if the mesh is dirty, mesh dirty store false, and how did I deleted the code. Oh, thank goodness I'm on Windows. Can do that. Paste, thank you. Watch as everything like explodes. Okay, so everything explodes. I bet this needs to happen actually in my render loop. We can just say else find these. Yeah. Not. I guess when I'm drawing, let's say I'm getting 100 FPS while drawing. 70 FPS. So I can just reset my position. It would be nice to know how long, like, remeshing takes. Let's look at the simulations time. Yeah, simulation's, like, not really even affected. Like, while I'm drawing, it goes up maybe a few milliseconds. But it's also because I'm, like, drawing, which is some multi-threaded weirdness. Ah, yes, sand on top of water on top of... I bet I could turn the simulation step. Things fall a little faster. Yeah, so ideally I'd like to have some, like, physics-based kind of thing, where, like, particles can actually move more than just one spot at a time. Wish I could, like, draw more. Okay, my FPS is dying. I wonder if this is... Maybe it's not good to remesh for every particle that's drawn, but rather, like, when drawing, I should say. So drawing shouldn't, like, remesh every time, I guess. Like, it probably should just keep track of... Sounds so complicated. So to say, like, how many things have been drawn. Like, after you've drawn so many particles, then it'll remesh. But, like, that doesn't make sense. Because then, if you draw one particle, it'll never remesh. So then it needs a time base. So now it's time and quantity based. I guess it could just be time based instead. So, like, it queues up and then, like, even just every update. So like drawing instead should queue up a bunch of positions. Then on the chunks update should then add those to the thing, remesh. That probably makes a lot more sense. This whole try place part. The other problem is we are calling this on every single chunk. And then in the chunk we're checking. So I guess first off I should not do this on this branch. Let's go ahead and I don't know if I really noticed improvement on the FPS though. Somewhat better rendering. I mean, like, even 700 FPS though, it's not too bad. But, like, it's only gonna decrease from there, so. Especially as more stuff is rendered. I really need to have, like, a chunks rendering time count. We'll create the stash. We'll go ahead and go to main. Go ahead and pull. And we can unstash. Actually, first let's run. We may have to... In an MGUI? No, we're fine, okay. Okay, everything seems to exist. So while I'm... Okay, hold on. Let's let these settle. Okay, yeah, 700 FPS, that's actually a huge improvement. Holy cow. I'm also in debug mode, although I don't know if the release mode actually turns on optimizations, compile optimizations and stuff. Okay, so this is without doing that small rendering optimization I did. We are running about 300 FPS average. If I start drawing, we go down to like 80 to 100, 70 to 100. I can feel the frame ratiness of this. Just feels bad. Although maybe part of that's also simulation slowing down. Yeah, like 22 milliseconds. I think that's milliseconds that I put. The time math is confusing. But then as soon as I stop drawing, yeah, so that's where we're at now. If we go ahead and pop this stash, so all I've done is add a mesh dirty thing, and if the mesh is dirty, I guess this doesn't need to be there technically, so we already do that. If the mesh is dirty, also I guess this, I think this could it only needs to be done once. World position has to be done per chunk, because that's the chunk's position in the world. But I think this could actually be done for a render. But anyway, if the mesh is dirty, so if it's been changed, we'll go ahead and bind these, send the data to the GPU. I do not need cheap viewers, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and bind and save the data, otherwise I'll just bind. I guess I can remove these comments. Here we go. I have a feeling this doesn't need to be done each chunk, because all it is saying like here's the index and how to index it, and that's the same for every chunk. I think this could only be set once, but one step at a time. So now every time we render, if the mesh is dirty, we'll go ahead and re-upload it to the GPU. I don't know if this is necessarily the best place for it, but it seems to be the place that it works for now. So then I feel like I don't know if this needs to be done in render. Whatever. Then we'll go ahead and draw. But yeah, that's all we added, and then just setting the mesh to dirty there. So now if we go ahead and run this, still debug mode. Take a bit to compile, I guess. We're already running at quite fluctuating, but like 600, 700 FPS. Sometimes I see maybe like 300, 400. So it's like, I don't know why it's fluctuating so much. I guess I would know why. It's just like how much the system is handling. My GPU's probably, you know, using maximum power. Yeah, when I start drawing, oh, I still go to like 5 FPS. So still, drawing's still horrendous. But I think that can be solved pretty easily. So yeah, that's a huge improvement. We'll say like on average probably about 700 FPS. And this is also with MGUI UI over here. I think I found that if MGUI is actually on here, yeah, we get a little more FPS. Now we're in the thousands. So yeah, MGUI is, I guess it's because now I have to render to this, now I have to render to this. So it's like, yeah. But it is nice to be able to have this off. I guess what I could do is technically just make the default window size a little larger, so it feels less terrible to have these undocked. Although this doesn't handle the scaling correctly, so the aspect ratio is it. The camera doesn't actually handle the aspect ratio correctly, which I guess is a simple fix actually. And again, I shouldn't be doing this on main, but the camera, when we, so I guess we're gonna have to detect when the window size changes, but updating the projection matrix happens if you change the field of view. So like that's, I guess, a hack. You could also just camera reset. But this, you can actually just get the window size. I think you would do that through graphics system. Get window, I believe, is my function for that. Get window. I guess it's just graphics in a graphics system. Who knows why. Get window, and then on the window, I think you can do get window size. I'm not entirely sure what the values are. So you want the window and the pointer values. So we'll just grab that, and then int width and height equals 0. We'll go ahead and pass the pointers. Make sure it's the right order, and then we can just standard cout. I'll just do that. Make sure that that's actually like the window size and not the rendering. 1280 by 720. Okay. Now I don't remember. Oh, I guess I'd have to look the setting, but I don't remember if the window size is the inside or if that is like the actual entire window size. So I do that and then reset. Yeah. And then we can change our aspect ratio to the width divided by the height. Is aspect ratio actually wanted as a float, or does it not actually care? Is a T. I guess all these are floats, so it's probably gonna want it as a float. Static. Or you just do this. I guess it's gonna complain about that, so yeah, just static cast float. This is some interesting music. Eggs and Bacon is an interesting song title. Results of integer division used in floating point context. Possible loss of precision. Is that why? If I change this to an int, why are you complaining? Okay. And we can just... Well, we don't want that as an int. What are you complaining about? I want to divide these two integers by... Do I need to cast each of these to a float? Not that it's like a huge deal. But like... Come on. Cast these to a float. Yeah, it can be a const. So we're not really using window size dynamically because we still need to update this when the window size changes. I believe that would be Windows size change update, probably. Window guide. Do we have like a callback? I don't want hints. I want events. Window size change event or like callback. Window resizing. That's not what I'm looking for. I can never remember these things. Let's go to graphic system. Error callback. When you errors, frame buffer size callback. GLFW. So initialize glue. What is glue supposed to do? Is that just like GLFW frame buffer size callback? Figure out what this is what this does to. Sets the frame buffer resize callback. This function sets the frame buffer resize callback for a specific window, which is called when the frame buffer of the specified window is resized. There we go. So I'm already calling this. So we get the window and the function. The function is the width and height. Okay, so we already have a function for this. GL viewport. So we just tell GL to change it. We could also do camera system. I guess we're going to need to we're probably gonna need a function for setting the aspect ratio, so we can set this. Probably want void set aspect ratio. Float new aspect ratio, not ratio, ratio. Go ahead and generate definition. We got some interesting music playing. Now let's find a different Stream Beats playlist. Any more like the lo-fi stuff, but like not the like sad weird stuff. I need some jams, but like try this one. Are we able to like add these to queue? Yes. That way if that runs out, like it's not gonna just, I don't know what the heck Amazon Music wants to do. Okay, so we need to, in fact, oh, we're doing namespaces. I guess we don't need to include these things. We in fact need to store said aspect ratio. So we'll just say float aspect ratio 16:9. Sounds good to me. And then set aspect ratio. There we go. And then we also want to update the projection matrix. Then we don't need to do that. We also don't need that. There we go. Now that's better. Now if you resize, it should not be funky. Once it recompiles. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't finish writing this. Set aspect ratio, which is width divided by height. If I can spell correctly. I wish there was a nicer way to like static cast that wasn't writing this long ass expression every time. I guess there is a way, but then it also complains about that, so you can like, you know, just do that. Just cast a value like that. C style cast. But why would you do a C style cast in C++? That's just insane. Why would you do that? Okay, now that I actually finished writing the actual statement. Let's go move a little bit. So if I resize it like that, yeah, that's much better. Now I can like full screen. I guess now I could add a stat for the camera about like the aspect ratio. But yeah, drawing you can see is like 50 FPS. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. So I guess I need some sort of queuing system for drawing as well. Because I guess just taking, like, okay, so every time a particle is placed for drawing, it remeshes. Now, not really an issue in itself, except when you're doing something like this, or just drawing a lot. Now it's remeshing every single time. Every single time. And the problem is that means that we are... I mean, I'm trying to think. You can only be drawing one particle per frame, right now at least. So technically we'd still be remeshing every frame if I did a queuing thing. Unless I added some sort of, like, duration before it remeshes. Like, every 3 frames it'll redraw, but like a remesh. And then that gives more time to add more things into the queue. The other thing is we have to loop over every single chunk and ask it if our position is in that chunk. And that's not really efficient. We already know what chunk we're in. The only reason we don't just select the chunk and then draw is because the chunks are in an array. And I should probably just store them in a map by position. Like, I already have a way to do that now. So, like, not that hard. So I guess technically that wouldn't really solve the problem of drawing. There'd have to be... I guess the other part is we're also writing a particle there where we're actually looking, even if it's the same. So like if it's the same particle, like if I draw sand there, if I draw sand there again, it's still drawing sand right there. So, man, this all looks pretty nice. Look at this. I've actually created a falling sand simulation. Okay, reset. Yeah. Okay. So we fixed that. I should probably make a new branch before I go too far. Let's once again stash rendering optimization and Windows camera aspect ratio updates with Windows. I can type size change. There we go. Create stash. We'll go ahead and new branch from main. We'll call this probably rendering optimization. Might not be a good name because there's gonna be lots of times where rendering optimizing. But I guess the other thing is though is if I have another branch I want to call rendering optimization, it means that I'm probably not naming it right. So if I use up all of the possible bad names, it means that I have to start using good names eventually, right? Need some water. Remember to hydrate. I guess I'm sure there's a way to like, I don't know. Because like I'm gonna have multiple times where I do rendering optimization, but like not. They're just a specific like thing. This is not really like the full rendering optimization thing I want to do necessarily, but like, yeah, I don't know. Rendering optimization. Yeah, we'll just name it that. It's fine. It's fine. Is it though? Is it though? I guess more like what I'm trying to achieve now is just rendering things in a little bit more of a less insane way, if that makes sense. I'll just say rendering optimization. I think once I do something more rendering optimization that's like a little more specific, because this is more just like general, I guess, where it's just like, okay, I'm not really using the GL, the OpenGL API as intended or in an efficient way, whereas like other optimizations might be a little more specific, where like I want to greedy mesh the chunks. And yeah, so I can just do that. And then we'll go ahead and pop our stash again. There we go. So let's see. This is just, I really need to like not have things importing that don't need to be imported. Aspect ratio. Yeah, so camera system. So we'll do chunk. 300 more FPS. Was it 300? We were having like 200 before, and now we're getting 700. So more like 500 more FPS? Yeah. 500 more FPS? Probably alright. Because we're in like 200, 300. Yeah. We'll say that. About 500 more FPS. With sending mesh to GPU only when it is updated. That sounds about right. Go ahead and commit that. And then graphics system. What do we change it here? Okay, so we just updated that, and we're also only importing camera system now. Okay. Cool. Camera system. Window aspect ratio updates when, or camera aspect ratio updates when window size changes. There we go. I'll go ahead and push that. Yes! Push. Okay. We'll go ahead and take a look-see at the branch because I can't find anything. Go ahead and post a link in the chat if anyone's interested in following along the code while I'm coding it. Really need like to update this. I guess technically this will actually run on Mac OS now. Also, I'm pretty sure I don't actually know what OpenGL version I need, but I guess I should, figure all that out. So let's particle system. Yes, like why does particle system exist anymore anyway? It's not really managing particles, it's really just like the general system. It's just kind of like managing everything else that's not like deserving to be a system, but needs to be updated and stuff. Okay, so instead, so we're only storing chunks here. I feel like there should be more of a like chunk manager. I guess manager's not right. Yeah, I guess it'd be a chunk system, essentially. Something that handles storing the chunks and also allows chunks to like actually access other chunks, because that's gonna need to happen for like particles to be able to move between chunks. That'll be fun. Someday I'll get that working. Someday particles will be able to move between chunks. Some freaking day. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for that day. Because right now, the particles can only be in one chunk. And also then someday, I can actually add vertical chunks back in. Because right now, I've only limited chunks horizontally, but that's just because the performance was horrendous back in the day. I didn't need a 5x5x5 of chunks around the player, because the simulation of one chunk was already tough enough and would also affect just the entire thing. But now, like, the chunk simulation's on a separate thread, and if that's lagging, it doesn't really affect the actual game, I guess. But yeah, that's just the rendering when there's just a lot of stuff. There's just a lot to render. But then again, that was also because I was sending all the data every frame. So I guess we would probably expect to still get a shiitake mushrooms load of FPSs if new chunks load in. Where do I have this? If I just change like the size of the demo cube, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's testing. Terrain generation would be so cool. I don't know if I really want to do terrain. I guess it would be like an option. But this could be more like 40. Let's do it. We'll do 30. We'll make these really massive. I am going to have to delete some of these chunks. 0, 0. I don't want to delete the chunks around me. So really anything with all zeros in it is probably fine. Yikes, what the hell? These can't be right. Oh, probably when I had like movement issues. Yeah, delete. I probably ended up like way in the far lands when I would like move forward or something. So let's see, we want to keep 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. I mean, I guess I don't really have to go that far to generate these new chunks then. There's not really a whole lot. It's not really a big deal. I think at some point I need to figure out a way to like store multiple chunks in a file, like a group of chunks. Perhaps maybe that would come when vertical chunks happen, where a vertical area, I don't know if you can see my hand movements, but like a vertical group of chunks, so all chunks at a X and Y position, then all, or an X and Z position, all vertical chunks would be stored in one file at that position. Something like that. I mean, I don't know if I want to do infinite vertical chunks yet. I would like to. It's possible. You'd still have to limit that to render distance. Why have a build height when you don't need one? We'd already be bigger than Minecraft. Actually, I don't know about that. What was I doing? Okay, so we have like 700, 600, 400-ish FPS. Oh, I was trying to test out what happens when the bigger chunks generate. There we go. When they generate, it's unhealthy, as we can see, because it's got to like actually do that. But there we go. See, now I'm not lagging except when I'm drawing. But yeah, when these are updating, I'm not lagging. Look at the times on those, though. But yeah, I'm gonna like lag spikes when I generate these. If I'm loading these in and say, okay, loading and saving might need to happen on a thread. Or I might need to have a thread that's responsible for calling the load and save. So like when a chunk's created, instead of the allocation of the chunk object or the deallocation of the chunk object being what calls the save, I'd probably just need a function and just like add that into a queue of chunks that need to be moved. But like you can see, my FPS is still like 600, 700, even though like this is a lot of crap. Like I'm rendering every single triangle for every single particle that's in all of these things, and like it's actually not doing too bad, even when I, you know, remesh, which is not very often. Like, I'm getting 400 FPS. I just loaded a bunch of chunks. So loading these in is also, like, kind of miserable. And, like, before, when these were arrays, the particles were stored in arrays, it was probably pretty quick. It would probably still have been pretty quick to do this. But that would only be because, basically, I'm reading the entire file into memory and then just using that. And then saving it, I'm just dumping the memory into a file. But like now I actually have to like read the memory, or I have to read when I'm reading in the file, I actually have to read pieces of the file and, you know, do some looping and stuff because of the way I store things now. Okay, so good to know that rendering is still fast even though you have a load of these things in here. We will go ahead and change that back and probably figure out where those chunks are and probably remove them. That's not gonna be fun. Well, it would be so nice if I added a like mGUI window that like I could look at all the chunks and then also like know what chunk I'm in, or like if I'm like I could like highlight a chunk or some crap like that and just like, oh, that's where that chunk is. Okay. I want to delete that chunk, or I want to delete the data in the chunk. I don't know. Someday I will do that. I guess that should have been part of my mGUI stuff, but I never did that. So, well, I'm gonna respond to some people. Do that. I guess I could keep you guys entertained by letting... This is another idea I've had. There we go. I want to have like my break screen here, or even my be right back screen. I want to have that like... I guess I should have that screen. I want to have it like have the sand sim like run and just have like infinitely falling sand particles. Like it's just something to look at, right? Like how cool would that be? Like if you had, and then I guess it wouldn't even be that hard. I would just need to make it so when particles like, I would need like a special modified version. So like when particles hit Y0, they delete, and like that Y64 particle position, it just like randomly spawns new particles around. It's like in my break screen, I could just do like I don't know, like window capture. There we go. Match sim executable. Okay, and then if we move that behind all of this stuff, imagine this, but like maybe cooler, less harsh to look at, Write a 2D version for people to look at. You could always use Out of My Eyes. That would destroy the bitrate. Ugh. No. But then you would like be looking at like that, where it's just like there's a bunch of particles falling. I would need probably something a little less harsh on this background here. It's like kind of, it's a little hard to look at, but also I improved my FPS quite a bit by optimizing rendering just a tiny bit. Before I would be getting like 200, 300 FPS, and then with a very simple change called not sending the mesh to the GPU every render call, and only sending it when the mesh is actually updated, I went from about 200, 300 FPS all the way to now we have like 600, 700 FPS, and that's with this mGUI window here. Now if I move the mGUI window back, I'm getting like 900, 1200 FPS. Delicious. Let's go. But yeah, I want the mGUI thing there. It's almost like a lot of performance bottlenecks is the CPU GPU transfer seed. I know. Also, I also tested something else. If we go this way. No, not that way. I have to figure out which direction. There we go. Okay, so loading these is massively horrendous. But like, oh, let them load. Stop unloading those. Okay, but like even when the mesh is being updated on these, it like doesn't even touch the FPS that much. Well, actually rendering these isn't even touching. I'm not culling. I'm not greedy meshing or anything. This is just pure as all of the triangles. All of them. Just loading and unloading them is kind of heavy, but we can ignore that. But yeah, like rendering these, not even an issue. You probably should at least be culling. I remember I enabled culling and it just it broke stuff, or like stuff looked weird. Yeah, here. So we would GL enable GL, I think it's just cull face. And I think there's also GL cull mode, so you can do like back face culling or something. Only render a face into the mesh that the particle faces is air. Yeah, I know, like I gotta do stuff like that. Yeah, I guess I get this weird issue. Maybe my normals are wrong or something, or I need to like controls the backside is, yeah. Still better though. Still not an improvement in FPS, even though I'm like rendering less triangles, but like I still actually am sending all those triangles, so like it just doesn't it doesn't really matter. It might be because the side that's considered back is the inside face. Maybe. I might have my winding wrong or something. But yeah, when I there's definitely stuff I can do for meshing to like improve it. But like even then, like the 700 FPS with all that crap, and I'm just writing everything, every single cubes, every single vertice. It's Pretty good. How much of that is just your GPU being good? Maybe. I mean, like, we could look at the GPU usage, it's probably like 100%. The memory usage is also probably really high. Go ahead and run this. Okay, hold on. Don't be doing weird stuff. Thank you. Actually, that's actually a lot better than it used to be. Only 50%? You going to force DLSS next? What the hell does that mean? Isn't that like an NVIDIA thing? I don't... Also, drawing is still like really horrendously laggy because it's gotta like redraw the mesh every time, and I need to figure out how to... NVIDIA AI upscaling? Yeah, no, I've not seen that. Okay, AI upscaling is different than AI frame gen, right? Because the AI frame gen is what looks horrendous. The AI upscaling's not that bad. Yeah, the frame gen, like, I would rather real frames and better performance than more FPS, and some of those frames are fake, because like it's then just going to look just as choppy and artifacty as if you had less FPS. So if you have 30 FPS on the raw performance, you know, you get some like artifacts and choppiness, like it just, you know, the game doesn't look as good as you wish. But then you get 60 FPS, even 120 FPS, and you know, a third of those frames are AI generated ones, or I guess more is the scaling of numbers, whatever. But like now those are generated frames, which are going to have artifacts in them, probably more artifacts. They're also more noticeable, especially with the more frames that are generated. It's just not gonna look as good. In fact, it might even look worse. So now you have more FPS, but it just looks just as bad, and it's going to feel just as bad. So like, there's just... Yeah, I got the face cam now. You can see. Look at me. Welcome. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, like, I just don't care for it. Like, I'd expect anyway from a high-end NVIDIA GPU anyway that it's going to give me the FPS that I want. You hate games that rely on it? Yeah, that's also gonna suck. Games are gonna start relying on it. It's just... I'm not against the frame gen if they can actually make it not make artifacts in the generated frames. And I feel like it's not that hard to just use some sort of algorithm for that, rather than some machine learning algorithm that like fully generates in a frame. You could just take the last frame and like use what's happened in previous frames to figure out where... I guess their AI frame gen probably actually does this, but I don't really entirely know. But like, you could use previous frames and take the last frame, and there's like probably really simple algorithms that can just like take all those and like generalize what and predict what the next frame's gonna look like. In fact, this stuff probably definitely already exists, and it probably looks way better than an actual fully generated image or frame, because like I'm gonna have to get, you're not gonna get as many artifacts from such an algorithm compared to, you know, like something that's a little more similar to like ChatGPT generating an image, which will just have weird stuff. It's just, you can't get away from that. But like, even then, it doesn't matter what they're doing. If it looked good, if it actually made it seem like you just had more FPS, and there's not really a way to notice that like these are just generated images from a model, you know what? Fine. More FPS. Some of them are fake. Whatever. I don't notice it. But like, it seems like it's very noticeable that they're fake frames, and that's what sucks. And upscaling is a whole other thing. It's like, well, I could upscaling is pretty much just some adding extra pixels and predicting what those extra pixels are, which isn't really even that hard anyway, because you just use the surrounding pixels, and like that's just an algorithm you write. Like you're not generating the whole image, you're just generating pixels in between pixels, which is there's all kinds of things you could do for that. But like FrameGen is like generating the entire frame from scratch, if I have a correct understanding. Or is generating it based off the previous frame. Which I guess that's another issue too, is then if a generated image is generating if a generated frame is generating itself from a previous frame, and the previous frame was also generated, now you have this feedback loop where a generated frame is going off the generated frame, which was off of a generated frame, and like the artifacts are going to continue to amplify. So now you've just made it more noticeable. I don't really know how the FrameGen works though on NVIDIA GPUs. But yeah, my GPU is not too bad. Actually, I'm pretty surprised I'm not using 100% GPU anymore. Huh, I wonder why. Like, I wonder what happens if I move MGUI here. It doesn't really change it that much. Well, this copy just stopped. I don't know what copy is. That's probably where my loss of FPS from having MGUI is whatever the hell this is. I should really take advantage of compute shaders for the simulation at some point. But that's a whole other thing. But yeah, I'm not using the maxed memory. I'm not using the entire GPU. Ah, oh, feels so good. Try backface culling, occlusion culling, and frustum culling. It might let you get more FPS. Oh yeah, definitely. Less triangles, the better. The other thing too is I need to also like, I don't know. Also, the one thing I want to also do is like not sending the type information with the mesh. I need to figure out how to like separate that. Because the other thing is then I also want to like texture. I want to do textures probably. They'll probably just be like small, like maybe 2x2 textures at the very least. Because like these are going to be small particles relative to what you can see. So like they don't need to be like 128 pixels texturing. When adding a face in a mesh, check if the chunk data in the direction of the normal is not air. Don't add it. If it is not air, do not add it to the mesh. True. So I just need to like take this normal and then figure out when adding the face into the mesh, check the chunk data in the direction of the normal. Yeah. So I just need to take get position plus normal? Probably, yeah. Let's see, we have the position X. So like I just don't want to push these values until I've checked the normal. So really I just probably pretty simple. Particle hash map. I believe, yeah, there's an easy way to check if something exists next to, yeah, GLM IVEC3, and then we want shapes, cube, and cube vertices. Oh, that's why it's not giving me useful auto. Excuse me. Shapes, cube, normals, not vertices. Yeah, the normal J plus 3. Let's go ahead and put this on a new line because the parentheses are getting confusing. And a semicolon for a second. Fuck. Okay, and then stop trying to fucking cover up my information here. Stop. Stop. 3, 4, 5. Jeez. Okay, and then if something exists at that position, we just continue. I guess we also need to not add the indices. Oh yeah, I need to position. There we go. Well, I also need to not add it to the indices as well. Does cube normals exist? Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's the wrong. That's right. Cube normals does exist, but it's just this. But technically I need to be doing that for this loop because the normals are here. So this is actually not, this isn't used, it shouldn't, because the normals are stored with the vertices. I guess I could probably not do that, but whatever. So this is getting rid of the face, but then I also need to get rid of adding the indices for that face. Yikes. Let's think. Does cube normals? Oh, we already figured that out. Imagine just running this anyway. Big brain idea. I mean, everything seems almost to work, sort of. Oh yeah, I can't see anything. There's nothing inside of here. There's nothing but darkness. I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess you can see that we are now culling some of the faces. Although the indices probably are still not, you know, right, in that case. Because I need to know that the number of vertices divided by the size of float. The size of vertices plus 6. Transparency. Hey, but that's a good way to see that it's working. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I need to... Trying to think, remember how this works. So cube vertices, 144 divided by size of float. Oh no, that's like the actual... the actual size of it in data divided by float. So that should be 144. I guess it's just a matter of knowing which face we skip. Because indices is just that. So like... unsigned int indice plus the vertex offset. Right. And for that. We need to... every 6 indices. Basically, we need to know which face we culled. And then also skip that. Well, I just add the indices every time that I do that. Every time I add a face. So every 6. I just need to add 6 indices from the last. Let's see, J is our face. I times 24 vertex offset. So really I need to get rid of that for indices pushback shape cube indices. So we don't want to loop because that's just confusing as hell. We want the indices J. I guess we could loop for int end equals 0. And we just do plus end. There we go. I think that's fine. Because then we're not going to add... We're only going to add to the indices that we actually have. Okay, that's gone very wrong. Culling moment. How does our disaster of chunks look? Wherever that is. Here we go. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not getting any more FPS than before, or any less. All of these look horrendous. believe J needs to be... divided by 6. Because we need to... Oh my. Falling sand simulation? Oh my god. Oh, that looks actually kind of cool. But that's definitely not right. GPU screams in pain. Oh yeah, this looks so painful. Every time a particle changes, it just goes like insane. Okay, so that was not right. Right. Really, we just need to know what face we're on. So we'll just int face. So we're on face 0, and at the end of each of these. Not no. And then we'll just do that. So the face index plus 6. Well, this is not quite right. Plus in face index. Well, I guess it needs to be face index times 6, I guess. But that's what we're already doing with J. So we're just calling I need to figure out which direction those weird chunks are at. I think it's this way. Nope, we're generating new ones. I love my disastrous mess over here. There we go. We can check out how our culling is doing. Okay, so we're definitely culling decently. We're just not culling correctly. So I guess the thing is actually we're probably fine in terms of the indices. We're just culling faces incorrectly or something. Are you culling too much? Maybe it's looking in the wrong places. What do you mean? It's position plus positions of vec3, ivec3, and cube vertices. Oh, these are floats. I see. Because my well, I guess the normals are 1, so those are just... So those are fine. His position... Particle hash map exists. If something exists at the position according to my normal, it means there's something next to me. Don't draw a face. When you remove a particle, I remove it from the map. Why would I add air? I've literally even states right here, if there's a particle that's 0, it should be illegal. I mean, we can even go a step further to like assert or even throw. We make sure that there's no zeros. I've already had the problem before, and I've made sure I fixed that. Oh look. Why do we have... Why? What? Abort has been called. Well, thanks for taking me to where it ends up. I guess I should run in debug mode. That's why I'm not getting... Well, I would expect I would get the message in the console, at the very least. Yeah. I swear I fucking fixed that. Where am I setting particles to 0? I even got rid of that because it shouldn't happen, like, if I'm writing out the particles, I'm always getting a bunch of zeros in there. Maybe oh, you know what? Maybe I have old chunk data and there's just some... It could be the bug was fixed, but the 0 was serialized. Yeah, probably somewhere it was just serialized. Alright, gotta get rid of the mess. should also be able to generate the chunks folder now. Okay. No, my mess is gone. Okay, yeah, things... So now we're not running in air issues. Also, drawing's like 200 FPS right now. So I'm not having to like remesh like crazy this mess. Okay, so that is somewhat better. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. I need like, I need a bigger drawing. I feel like... So we're not running in air now. Trying to make this a little more solid so I can see like how it's cooling on the inside. It looks like a huge mess. Okay, so we are cooling somewhat on the inside. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm not... Maybe... I guess the other thing could be is that the direction of the normal is not actually right in terms of the positioning of particles. Since... Wait, what happened now? Thanks for taking me into assembly. Okay, we have a particle type of 0 error again. It's gotta be when loading the data, something weird's going on. I'll just delete the data for now, so because it's not a problem I wanna deal with. Cause like, okay, so you spawn in, but the chunk directions are different, I think. I might have to... Yeah, okay, so there's probably a problem with loading the data somewhere. Now the question is, are we saving zeros in? But like, that doesn't make sense because then we would have zeros in here. Something's getting loaded and somehow we're ending up with zeros. For some reason, I mean, this could be it. We probably need like an air particle or something. So like if I load this up again, maybe we'll see a few debug particles. Yeah. There's a debug particle, which means something not good happened. There's another one. I wonder if it has something to do with particles like... Well, it probably might have something to do with I'm saving, but like a simulation step happens while I'm saving or something. Would that be true? Yeah, it could be true. Well, no, because when I'm removing a chunk, I'm already locked, so the simulation step shouldn't be able to run. I don't think. So if I go to particle system, so like when we do simulation, we acquire the lock, we do the simulation, but also when I'm... Well, I guess that would only be... Yeah, so when I'm exiting... Well, exit should call first, so we request the thread to stop. But yeah, I'm not actually making sure that the thread is stopped. No, actually I am, because thread join. This will wait for it to... This should block until it's done. Blocks the current thread until the thread identified in this finishes its execution. Yeah, so then that's fine. Then we're going to be blocked. And then when we're deleting chunks, there shouldn't be... Now, I guess maybe it's possible when I'm loading in the chunks in it. No, because I load the chunks in and then I create the thread. Yeah, I don't know. How many times did I run this? Is interesting. But yeah, I think my problem is the direction of these. Because I think this is positive Z. Maybe that's positive X. Maybe they're inverted. Maybe what's inverted? Okay, that seems interesting. Here's an idea. If we cull a face, hold on. Do a little debugging because I feel like bool face cold. This should be false. We will skip the continue for a second. If the face is cold. Nope. Particle type, which is in unsigned equals 0. Well, actually, we'll do 1. It's a debug by default. If face cold, actually, we'll make it the actual type. If the face is cold, we'll set particle type or 1, my bad. And we'll just do particle type. The problem is, yeah. I'm saying to flow, whatever. There we go. So we're gonna get red if we've culled it. It's a little bit easier to see when we're culling things. I'm gonna move that way out of the way, so. Yeah, now we can see what faces are being culled. Love debugging. So we don't have... I guess the other problem is, though, if the particle type is actually a debug particle. We need to add more particle type, to be honest. Let's set this to not 0, but we really need to have like a debug type, but we need to have like an error type. Let's make that. How the heck do you make a particle type? New header file. It's just a header, okay. We'll call it a error particle. Should do something like this. No, I don't want a breakpoint. Probably want once. We'll call this error particle. Name ID state. What states do we have? Solid. Get next move, predefined, none. Okay, so error particle, let's make debug particle, error particle should be red. Debug particle should be maybe like a purple color. So we could do more of like a purple color. $131, $50, $168. What are we complaining about? And then particle type system. Add particle type error particle. And then in here, the -1 is, since it is not empty. So the type index, the no type. Basically the error particle. I do not understand this system whatsoever. Particle type set size. The type index minimum value 0. Particle type size -1. So we want the index 0. Because debug particles actually is 1. So now it's not -1 anymore. Okay. No type. Instead of that can be like extreme error, particle types don't exist. Error particle. Yeah. So now we know if we have 0, we shouldn't, which we shouldn't have. It should be an error. And then 1 is actually the correct thing. So this can go back to 0. So for some reason, we're not loading the particle type in sometimes, or the value is getting saved wrong somehow. And then the other thing we need to change is that this is no longer -1. So anywhere that we do the particle type system, type related things, I do not wish for it to be -1. It's gonna break some stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, fuck. Okay, hold on. The particle type can be 0 now. So we should just for now. We'll just standard C out. Particle type is 0. We won't continue, we'll actually mesh it because there's color associated with it. Okay, so red is actually debug particle. Purple is... No, purple are debug particles. Red is error. But also, I'm doing this. So, we want to set the particle type to the debug particle, which is now number 2. There we go. Magically, it's working. Oh no, I'm not calling and everything. That's right. Okay. Well, basically, I'm not calling anything. But why? So now I'm not. Yeah, now. Okay, hold on. Some of this stuff is not right. The shaders. Particle type should index particle type. When I'm simulating particles, try place particle at. Basically, I need actually just an erase function, but if I set particle type to 0, remove, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Process simulation. Get particle type info. So I need to find all usages of this function. You've got your own IDs mixed up, wasn't one debug? Yeah, it's true. Welcome to chat, by the way. So let's see. Okay. I need to actually like understand this. Error particle 0. Debug is 1. Ugh. I'm so lost. I have so many tabs open now. Get out of here. Get out of here. Where goes chunk? Okay. So yes, I do want to draw 1. I'm back. What did I miss? Not much. Okay, there we go. So purple is... the debug particle. Error is red. Okay. I need to remember that I actually changed the... Okay, so I don't see any red anymore. But that's also because I like changed the indexing. I'm surprised I'm still seeing sand though. I didn't actually know. Never mind, that makes sense. So purple are faces that we are calling, which means that we are incorrectly calling faces. Why would such a thing be? And it's not because there's... not particle... or because there's particles there or anything? Maybe my normals are weird or something? I guess... is it calling the opposite face? Let's see. Yes, maybe. No, but like it seems like it's calling both sides. It could be, but then again, like the top face here isn't cold, but the top one is on that. Yeah, it looks like maybe it's calling the opposite, and this is the Z direction, I believe. Let me... where did mgui go? Okay, so I am looking at... the negative X direction. Maybe you're not crazy. Okay, that's improved. But now we are still calling... I feel like it's really hard to tell, especially I don't have like a cube. Hold on, let's... first off, let's delete all the chunks and then generate where y is 0. Add particle type. We'll just add debug particles for a second. That looks very funky. We'll go back to sand, because, you know, that makes sense. Delete the chunks. What I want to do is... we'll let sand simulate and settle. We'll close, and then do this. We'll make the sand particle next move none, and then we're going to delete chunk 000, so it'll regenerate. Okay, so inside here it's all purple. If we close that, if I go back to actually culling the face, yes, we're having weird issues. Seems like everything in here is maybe cold. It's really hard to tell with the lighting, actually. Let me... okay, now I'm just going all the wrong shaders. Vertex chunk. Colors, just comment that out. Let's not do the lighting for a second. So it makes things a little bit easier to... I mean, not that that really helps, but like... maybe sort of. Okay, it seems like all the faces inside of here are cold. Actually, we could just do basic, like... times the normal. A normal. As we'd want. What do you... why has abort been called? Did the shader fail? Oh, because it needs to be vec4. We can actually see like sides in here. Okay, yeah. So we are in fact culling everything inside of that. Things are a little funky in here, but it seems mostly fine. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like this is a little random. It's always possible too that my indices are messed up or something. We'll go ahead and add our lighting back. My music stopped. What music do I pick next? Lo-fi Christmas. Okay. Let's see. So we're calling on this every single face except for left and right. Or let's figure out which way I'm actually looking. Yeah, negative X direction. I have no idea what this could be. Vertex offset. Unless I'm doing something weird in render? No, I just take chunk mesh the size of indices. Unsigned int. Stop that. Face index. Yeah, this is just J. You don't really need. Hold on. Here's a problem. I guess you should probably, increase the face index. Okay, it seems more problematic. Can you talk us through the code? Yes, I sure could. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Okay, let me drink some water. My throat's starting to kill me. Okay, so I'm trying to make the mesh. That's obvious. For each particle that I have, which has a position and its data. This shouldn't happen, but it obviously is. I should Intel. I don't know why I was forgetting that. There shouldn't be particles of type 0. If there is, or data type, push back. Okay. Basically, if there's particle type 0 used to be air when I had everything as a 3D array, but now it's technically not anything. It's technically supposed to be nothing, but it's like an error to actually have a nothing particle, because no particle there just shouldn't be data for it anywhere in the first place. I guess I'm trying to work out those kinks. Let's see. So we have the face index, and then we're looping over all the vertices. Technically, also includes the normals, for the cube. So just all of that. Each face, you have 6 values times 4. Let's see. Cube vertices. I'm thinking through something. So every 6 isn't a face. I see. So this is every 6, but every 4 times that this runs is actually an entire face. I see. So every 4th time that this loop runs is an entire face. So really on the first index, I need to break out of this to cull the... I don't need to break, but I need to skip 4 times 6. That's the first thing. Make this look a little better. Can type correctly. I need to skip the face. I guess I could do 3 times 6 and just like continue Feels a little wasteful, but and confusing for my thought process now. Basically, want to skip those. The problem is we're gonna check this every single time. So maybe it's better to loop by face rather than by this, by each one of these. I think that's what I'm looping by. We take our index plus 2, 3, 4, 5. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're each iteration we're doing this. So we're only calling the individual vertice. If I could just loop so really the indice being added is supposed to be each of these. Then we could basically though, like what I'm trying to do here is skip the 6 corresponding indices. I guess an indice corresponds to one of these, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. So yeah, none of this is actually, none of what I'm doing is correct. Ugh. Trying to think of the method that works best. So each one of these is just an indice. But really I want probably to just loop by face. Do I loop by face or do I continue looping like this? I guess it would be probably more efficient to loop by face. So really what I want to do face 0. I don't know what you think you're doing. Cubes have 6 faces. Okay, so each face, then we want to check this. Trying to think. Indices start, or vertices start position. Let's see. Face is 6 times 4. So every face is 24 values. So we want face times 24. That's our vertices start index. Vertices index. Please stop doing that, thank you. So face times 24. If face is 0, then it'll be 0 times 24, yep. And then we want cube vertices, our start index. And then, because in terms of like the face normal, each of these normal values is the same. Actually, we could just do this. We don't have to do this. In fact, that probably means it's better to actually just separate these out and add them ourselves, like the way it should be done. So the cube normals and that would be the face. So int normal offset, that's probably a better word, is the face times 3. Then we want the normal offset. That way we can just get the normal for this face. +1. And +2. That's better. Then could probably put this into its own expression. Const glm ivec3 and type. Position next to face. Then we can move that into here. And that just makes if I can code correctly. Tab that. Position next to face. That way this can be one line. Sure. We'll keep a face hold. Ugh, I'm so used to doing like Python to sort of freaking underscore values. Not that we really need this value right now, but it's fine. If we're calling the face, we just skip. Now the vertices offset is face times 3 times 4, so 12. So really we don't need these on here. So now it's 12. Ugh, I gotta actually like remove all these. Imagine forgetting a comma somewhere, which I did do once. It took me a very long time to figure out that that was the reason that things were not working right. think it was like right here I forgot a comma, so it was just doing this math operation rather than, because I just like pasted the each normal value in, and the end there's no trailing comma, so I just didn't add it. Big whoopsie. Here we go. So now it's 12. So the vertices offset is the face times 12. Then 4 int vertex equals 0. And then, well, the vertex number is less than or equal to 12. Then we want to vertices push back. Oh, I guess, that's not right then. Because we're gonna need the... vertex offset, so it's our starting position. We want equals 3. So vertex offset plus the vertex. Yeah. We can actually just... it's probably plus the vertex. Actually, we can save int. There we go. And then we need to add our 6 indices. Add the vertices. Oh, we also need to... we also need to add the normals. Add the... well, actually, we can just do that on here. New chunk mesh dot vertices push back cube normals. We need the face. And then there's 3 normal values, so face plus 1, face plus 2. This needs to be X, Y, and Z. There we go. So then we also add our thing in. We also need to add the particle type. So data dot particle type. Was anything funky we were doing that was just pushback particle type? Then we can add the indices. There's 6 of those. And what how I spell this wrong? Imagine spelling indice right. Just do this. There are 6 of those. And just do that. Then we're going to need to the indice offset. There's a vertex offset. Oh, I see, okay. So we need I times 24. I see. I think that's trying to remember what this number is for. The indices don't need a position. Okay, that makes sense. So indice plus plus. I guess plus plus indice is better for some reason. New mesh. New chunk mesh. Do you really need indices? Could you get away with just drawing the mesh? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Like just not drawing index, do you mean? I guess it's true. I don't really know. Yeah, I guess I should figure out how to do that. Okay, let's see. I don't need all of this anymore. Just comment it out so I can look back on it. Imagine it just works. I doubt it, but... Oh my. What have I done? Burial type is 0. Wait, first off, let's do this. Just so we have like a clean slate to work with again. Okay, so I need to figure out how the index drawing works. I don't freaking understand where I am. There we go. Element array buffer. It just means changing a bunch of stuff though at the same time. I feel lazy. Indices push back. So when you face times the indice. And we need to add our offset. I see, that's where it comes from. So our int indices offset is I times 24. Indices offset. No, I'm pressing the wrong keys. That should be right. I say, but then things are very wrong. Alright, what have we done here? Oh, we need to offset this by our face too. So that's not right. Ugh, this is breaking my brain. Face times... No, that's fine. Because we have the face... No. We need face times 6. base times 6 plus the indice. Oh, and I'm pushing back a number. That's one issue. Cube. Is it just indices, really? Okay, indices is the face times 6 plus indice plus, there we go. That is a little more reasonable. So we also need the what the hell is I? Every particle? I see. Okay. And then we, yeah, face times 6. I guess we also then... What is this music? Oh my goodness. Logic. Anyway, the indices offset base times 6. Then this isn't... This is like the entire indices offset. I don't know what to call it. This is the offset into the indices. This is the offset to add to all of the indices. Oh my goodness. This is like the indices base offset, I should say. Is probably a better... And imagine that works. So you're actually not just passing a bunch of weird random numbers into the thing. Okay, that's better, but not quite. Something's still a little odd. So the first thing I can do is turn off culling, so I can kind of see what's happening better. I can actually see the geometry of things uncold. Oh, the light is so bright. Holy moly. I feel like the light's actually working more properly too. Maybe. Well, it's not in the direction I'm facing anymore. The normals actually might be wrong too. I still need to like actually... I should probably check that the normals are also right. Oh look, we got some white. Or is that just because of how bright this is? Oh, that hurts. Yeah, something is wrong. Yeah. Light is definitely not the look direction anymore. Did these... Were these ending up being different? So let's see. Front face 001. Back face 00 -1. Trying to remember. So front is supposed to be positive z, right? Or is it supposed to be negative z? Top is obviously positive 1, bottom is obviously that. Left and right are obviously that way. The other problem is that these position values are maybe wrong. So if I go ahead and do something that I was thinking about doing, but then I completely forgot. Okay, chunks, that's right. What I want to do on top of this hash map add glm uvec3. I want position 000. I want to add a debug particle. I also want to add one at the other corner. That's not gonna help me. Let's add water. So this should be debug at 000 and then water there. We'll go ahead and not delete the entire thing, but delete the chunk data. There we go. This way I can see where what is in relation, because I feel like okay, so we get a debug particle here, which is 010. That's the chunks 000. Oh, I know why this is wrong, because it's using a different rendering. Okay, that's fine. So we're looking at 000. Then why is that white? That's a none type. So we're looking at 0630. Okay. Oh, it's just because of how bright it is, that's why. Let me see. And then this, in this case, should be... yeah, -1, -163. So then this chunk... so that's down there, so we want this one. Maybe try fixing the cursor first. Well, I'm trying to debug this. So this is 63, 63, 63. Meaning the directions inside of the chunk are right. because that means that positive z is in fact that way. Positive x, it's really hard to tell direction, is also that way. Well, the cursor's broken because I removed the normals on things. But yeah, now it's not being the look direction, it's also incredibly bright. What the heck? Okay, so let's see here. I believe this is in player. Where do we do the render? Draw ghost cube. So this is wrong now because the normal, or the normals are not stored on this. GL array buffer. Indices, vertices. I should probably just make a separate I guess I don't really need normals on this necessarily. Also, I'm pretty sure you're technically supposed to do the index first. Let's just not. I'm sure we'll get some error or something. Well, this is not the problem of the normals on this, but it doesn't need them. Okay, so something is definitely wrong with this still. Oh, because this needs to be 3. There we go. That's better. So the light is stuck in that direction. Reset the camera. Okay, okay, so I'm at 0, 0, 0. That's 0, 0, 0. The light is stuck looking that way. Guess I should just make the color the normal. What the fuck? Let's do spec 4 a normal. I don't think you actually need F. I don't care enough. Okay. Okay, that's definitely not correct. That's definitely front. Although green should be the top. So we are not adding the normals correctly. It seems like. Normals. Face. Vertex offset. Face. Times. It was face times 3, right? Cause the normals aren't supposed to be positionified, are they? No. So that's one problem. Face times 3. Yeah. That's better. Front is blue, because it's Z. Red is X. And green is Y. Okay. That seems a little bit more right. So let's add our lighting back in and see how broken that is. Okay, now our lighting is working again. I don't think light is actually look direction. I think it's just player position. I could be entirely wrong though. I don't really remember that well. Anyway. So there's still 0 type particles somehow. Which is interesting. So something's going wrong with saving the data or something. Or, well, something's going wrong with loading it. Oh, what? The fuck is that? Okay, now we should be able to cull faces. We'll go ahead and delete the chunk data because there's zero type particles. Alright. So, something's still not quite right. Are we using the right face normal still? Normal offset face times 3. I guess we could just use that here. +1 +2. So particle position plus the normal. If it exists at the place of my face's normal, if something exists there, pull it and continue. Now face value would increase. Our I++ would increase, meaning we're on a new particle. Trying to think. Well, let's see. I guess this is a problem actually, because yeah, because we're expecting that there are still values there, right? Is that true? Is that right? It's a straight of 7. So that's... size of float. Well, that doesn't make sense now, because then we skip those, and then we also skip that. Or this, we skip the values. Every 7, there is And the 7th value is this. Well, yeah, that's fine. Every 7 values, there's this. There's a face. Or every... Position X, position Y, position Z. Let's see, if I place a particle that causes the culling to change and move. So there's gotta be something weird with... It's like I'm placing sand... Well, these cells settle. I'm placing sand over here and it's causing all this to move and change. So we're not... doing something right. So we're missing... We must not be indexing quite right. Indices offset. Base times 6. There are 6 indices per face. So that's where we start based on our face. But if we skip a face... If we skip a face, like say we do the front face, but then we skip the back face, if we start writing these values, so then we skip the back face, but we're doing these values, we're gonna write these values, but those indexes are gonna be for these values. So when we We need the number of faces we've drawn and not the face we're in. We're doing the indices. Since these are indexes. So really we need another value here for, or I guess not here, here. Int faces drawn is 0. Every time we do this and complete it, we should faces drawn. Then this should be faces drawn times 6. Okay, we still have issues. There's definitely some, like, indexing issues, though, if you ask me. Indices offset needs to be yikes. The number of total indices actually drawn. So this needs to be like a cumulative sum. So really I is our number, so we need like a global number of faces drawn, or we can just keep a sum of all indices. I guess it would be less math and sum. Indices sum is 0. So please stop. This should be plus the indices sum is our offset. Or no, it's not. Maybe no. Well, this is an additional offset. Ugh. Because the amount of indices that are theirs. Trying to think about this. So the number of indices that are there. But we don't want to include our current sum in that. So in the end, faces drawn, our indice count, indice sum is the number of faces drawn times 6. Still probably very broken. Oh god. We want the... I guess technically we don't want I anymore. It's not offsetting it right. In ways I feel like this is better, in other ways I feel like it's worse. The dreaded GPU spaghetti. For real, for real. Alright, hold on. Okay. We want to offset by the number of indices that we have. Then the number of indices we've added is how many we've drawn times 6 indices. The face offset, our offset, yeah. Which is not necessarily. Not necessarily right. I guess it's the number of vertices that we've drawn. In many ways, this is better and worse. Oh my goodness. Alright, what do we got here? The dreaded GP spaghetti has returned. Indices sum. This is offset supposed to be how many vertices you've drawn. Which should be 24 if you were drawing all of them. Or the number, yeah. There's indices, number of indices you've drawn. Should we do... four times a face. I don't know why I thought 3. Ooh. Okay, transparency has some weird effects. We can ignore that for a moment. Actually, why the hell is it doing that? Once again, transparency causes issues. I guess I shouldn't call transparent things. Is it because the transparent thing is being cold, or is it because... Well, no, it's not being cold. Render order, perhaps. Yeah, and the face's render order is probably weird or something. I don't have back face culling on. Remember what happened when I turned that on? Alright, let's get that out of the way. That seems reasonable. I guess it's impossible to tell if... Right, for gore. Can you tell if it's culling correctly using RenderDoc and looking at the mesh? Add a wireframe. That's true, that's true. We could also instead just actually draw cold faces and set the data type again too. But yeah, I'll pull out the RenderDoc, our good old friend, the RenderDoc. Do I have to go download it, or is it gonna... Continue. Okay. Because if I had to go to the website and download it and whatever, then it's just like, oh, I don't want to go do that. That's annoying. Alright, I will be right back while that installs. I have to use the bathroom. And I am back. I'm going to eat a Pop-Tart really fast, so... Alright, we'll go ahead and render dock this. F12 to capture. Alright, so... I've already forgotten how to do this. Oh, that's mGUI. So I need to do this. Those are mGUI things. Be inside the draw calls of the pass. Under mesh viewer. How do you move around this? Why am I struggling to move around? Why can't I... Okay, this is... There are options for controls. Aha. Much appreciated. That's so much easier. How do you go down? Ah, okay. It's kind of hard to tell. It seems like it. Ugh. Flat shaded. That makes me feel like something's probably wrong. Def. Normals are wrong or something. It looks like it's working. What do you mean what's... Oh, the culling you mean? Yeah, I feel like it's very hard to tell, but yeah. Exploded. Can I like select things? Oh, I can. Intro. Oh, that's very nice. I forgot about that. So I'm guessing this probably means that something's not right. Of course, the culling is fine. But the the color change on look direction, is that like this is just a render doc thing? Okay. Just want to make sure my normals are right. My mouse just disconnected again. Next is to do greedy mesh. Okay, but was all this pain actually worth it? We're still getting like 700 FPS. You would try moving the vertices out by the normal and seeing if they actually move out. Oh, it might be a bad idea. What do you mean by that? Vertexes, not vertices. Oh, like translating them in the direction of the normal by like some amount. Add the normal to the vertex pose and the vertex shader and see if they move in the right direction. I see. So a pose plus the normal. Well, I guess you would want to do that by like a small amount. Hold on. So you want to multiply this by like a small amount. So that way that it only moves a small amount outwards. I don't know about you, but that seems correct to me. Alright, so nothing to worry about then there. So you're saying try with a lot of particles. Well, see, we know that we would still get like 700 FPS when there were a lot of particles. So it'd be really hard to like actually tell if that even made a difference, right? Because we were still getting like 700 FPS. I guess every time it has to send the mesh to the GPU, there could be a bit of a spike. Just because how much data is being sent. But now we're sending like a fraction less data. Especially if things are like next to each other. And also greedy meshing might be easier. See, I guess the thing with greedy meshing I don't get is how you actually still color things right. Well, okay. I guess the thing is, greedy meshing, you do by type. Okay, that's fine. But I guess that's how. But yeah, you greedy mesh based on type. But I guess the other problem though is if you're texturing it, then how do you deal with that? I guess you just repeat the texture by a size or some crap texture related stuff. Because I do want to actually texture the particles at some point. Well, then that's where you get into binary greedy meshing, where the type doesn't matter, and that's where I get lost. Is like, well, how are you telling the GP what type the thing is? Because now you've separated it from the vertex data, or whatever data you're sending that somehow magically becomes drawn. But like, I'm pretty sure greedy meshing is more expensive than binary mesh. It is more expensive than binary meshing, because binary meshing is literally the simplest CPU operations you can possibly do. Because they're all just like bitwise operations, and those are literally just one cycle. Insanely fast. Maybe just do more culling. Frustum culling next, so let's draw culls. What is frustum culling? Like, not drawing chunks that you can't see? Or something like that? Well, that seems a lot more simple. See, I feel like that's not going to be the trivial performance gain anyway. I'm already at 700 FPS, and I'm only drawing a 5x5x5 of chunks. In fact, what happens if I up the amount of chunks that I'm seeing? I guess I won't see them though, because the bar distance. I don't really know how to go about dealing with the fire distance. You need to check if the chunk AABB is inside the camera's view frustum. It's such a weird word. Chunk distance. Will we have that? 2? Let's do 5. I don't actually understand what this distance is. Oh yeah, I still needed to fix the actual drawing, because when you're drawing, it has to check every chunk position, because chunks are not in a hash map yet. So this is like 5 by... Yeah, just have them in a vector of chunk pointers. Or yeah, chunks are just in a vector. So when drawing's happening, I guess it's on player now. It loops through every single chunk and does, can I place a particle here? And then the chunk's like, Well, your position's not even inside of me, so no. Or, yes, it's inside of me, and then it does some other check I forgot. Let's just look. It does making sure that you're inside the chunk. Then it locks and does, like, all the shit that it needs to do. Whereas, like, I could just store the chunks in a hash map. I need to do that anyway, because, like, when particles need to move between chunks, I'm going to need to be able to, like, access the neighboring chunk. So, like, how do you access the neighboring chunk right now? Well, you just loop over every single goddamn chunk and ask it if you can place your particle there. Listen to the voices. Move the chunks into the hash map. I will. That's not the problem right now. So, chunk distance is actually the number of chunks. It's actually doubled. Well, yeah, well, it's doubled. So it would be 5 in front, 5 chunks in back, 5 to the left, 5 to the right. So now we have a supposed 10 by 10 of chunks. Or not 10 by... Is it 10 by 10? Yeah, it is. I don't know why I can't math right. Yeah, we're still at 700 FPS. And we're drawing every single one of those chunks. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Simulation might be struggling. That doesn't seem like it. I wonder how far out we can draw. We can just draw all the way over there. Maybe it's all the chunks are doing some work. I don't think you can't even see the chunks, because if you can see that in the distance. Maybe display sim TPS along with FPS. It's right here. The simulation step delta, simulation step time calculated. Oh, the chat's in the way, I see. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. I should I make the text size on this a little bigger too? I guess I can actually, but that way you peoples on the mobile screens could see it. I don't actually know what these values are though. Maybe average the FPS a bit so you can, so it doesn't jump around a lot. Yeah. Well, if you notice the update time on the chunk simulation delta, updates as fast as simulation updates. But yeah, I basically just use like a time thing, and that's just like the raw value of it, and I guess calculated is supposedly milliseconds. It would be also nice to see like average mesh time. So just like keep a running average of the time it takes to remesh. Oh, I feel like that should be more of like a per chunk statistic. Eventually, I will get MGUI set up to have a UI that shows me all the chunks and like statistics about them and allows me to like modify them in ways. Also, I don't know if my FPS value is even right. I wonder actually if I move it off of here, if the FPS value is actually MGUI's FPS. But yeah, I guess I should also fix those values at some point. Alright, so I guess so now I guess the problem is you can't actually see all of the chunks anyway because the ZFAR. Go ahead and turn my camera back on. But I guess if I up my field of view distance, you can probably see the fog effect. Well, but I want to be able to see further than that. Come on. Come on. Like, that's not that far. Well, I can only see 1, 2, 3, 4 chunks out. I want to be able to have, like, infinite render distance. Come on. Well, not infinite render distance, but, like... Okay, obviously I'll add a fog effect. But, hear me out. I do... Is there an infinite perspective matrix? I don't know. DLM perspective. Because there's ZFAR. A symmetric perspective view frustum based on the default hardness and default near-far clip planes definition. GLM perspective. Ah, there is infinite perspective. FOV. Interesting. Go ahead and comment that out. Infinite perspective. And then there's no far anymore. Everything explodes and breaks. I can't wait. Whoa, look at that. Now we're talking. Now imagine vertical chunks work too. Actually, I probably could do that. Does depth still work? That's actually a good question. I guess we could also look at the definition here. With the far plane at infinite with default. I mean, it seems like depth still works. I'm not seeing things going over things when they shouldn't be. Imagine you're like this tall and you like walk around and like this is the particle scale. It's just all these tiny little guys. Oh my god, that looks so cool. Obviously would need to add some level of details. Because, like, you don't need the high detail all the way out there. There also is going to need to then be simulation distance. So, like, stuff way out here where you basically can't see anything. Like, way out there. Like, we shouldn't simulate those, probably. I'm curious how high up. My mouse is disconnecting again. Please do not do this. Particle system. What if we up this? Like 20. There's not really much simulation going on. Enforce Y to always be 0. We don't want to do vertical chunks right now. I don't know why I need to set the Y to 0 and it's already 0. Chunk camera position. Oh, because then the chunk will be in the camera Y. I wonder why my PC is lagging. My CPU compiling the same Rust program 2 times an extremely high opt level. Maybe look into how Noida does it. Then again, 2D game versus 3D. You mean like simulation distance or... Okay, now we're at 100 FPS. Now we're struggling a little bit here. How far out can I draw? I guess I can technically draw as far as I can. Holy moly. This is freaking insane. How Noida does simulating. I think there's some videos out there about it. Holy cow. This is insane. Maybe look into... Yeah, I saw that. Exploring the tech and design. Not even 200 FPS. Okay, but this is rendering all of those chunks. Simulation seems to be doing okay. But you have to remember here, I'm not doing greedy meshing. And I'm also not doing frustum culling. So you have to give it a little bit of credit here. Where credit is due. 200 FPS for this is... I would probably consider pretty good. I would probably say it's pretty good. Frustum culling might help here. Yeah, and level detail. Yeah. Was like way even all this stuff, like level of detail could just be cranked down. Like each one of these is probably just like a little tiny thing. But like this is actually insane. How far out can I draw still? Did I put a limit on my draw distance? Or is it just increase very slowly. Yeah, I guess I put a cap on how far out it can go or something. Ah, my god, look at this. This is freaking insane. Just need to get some better lighting in here. Every time chunks load, though, I'm pretty sure I can feel it. Alright, let's see. Ah, yes, the tech design of Noida. Level of detail method for blocky voxels? Well, what other kind of voxels would you have? Lots of words you don't understand? Yeah, man, this would take some looking into, basically. But, like, for how it's running with this is actually quite insane anyway. Like, it does kind of chop every time I'm loading chunks because I'm loading so many. Simulation's a little sluggish too. But I gotta figure out what all these zero particles are. Somewhere I am still... Oh yeah, when I remove particles, it doesn't actually, like, update any of the particles around it to tell them, like, hey, stuff around you changed. You might want to be in the queue to update. I need to make it so, like, the closest thing to what you're looking at gets erased. That would be fun to do, probably not. Well, I mean, actually, it's not that hard. You just, like, step one voxel and cast a ray that steps one voxel length each time. It's a little more complicated than that because the voxel length varies a little bit there. We get paint out. Guess I could somewhat demonstrate what I mean. I want a rectangle, please. So, like, I have these very good particles. If I have my ray that goes like this is not a voxel length. That's not a voxel length. But, like, I'm sure there's some sort of math you can do to figure out what length you're supposed to step next step. Yeah, my mouse is disconnecting again. I I think my ray marching thing actually would do that, because it, it cast out, multiple rays. And it had to do that to figure out where... So I guess I could probably look at my ray marching code from long ago and see what was up with it, how it was doing its thing. I'm sure Minecraft also... I guess there's probably plenty of stuff out there about how to ray march slow. Well, it's not like I'm... It's not like I'm actually ray marching a bajillion rays. It would only be one ray. It's like probably not actually that computationally expensive to cast a single ray out of my eyeballs. Yeah, why do these become debug white particles? I need to figure out why the type is not saving right somewhere. I guess those aren't debug particles anymore, they're error particles. And I also can draw these things now. I guess I should do something where if it's transparent, it shouldn't be cold. I feel like drawing is like kind of difficult. Mainly because maybe that's the next thing we do is add some like at least partial recasts or like upgrading the drawings. So like, okay, I'm looking here and now it's like going beyond. It's like, please. If the particle exists, check if it's transparent, yeah. So like, ugh, come on. I guess I need to just like adjust the amount that each scroll steps. Or really, I just need to have it as a distance. But then, like, the closest one you're looking at. But yeah, like, transparent ones don't need to... And this is just a depth issue. Gotta sort the chunks. Yeah, I don't really care about doing that right now. Kind of like this purple color, to be honest. Yeah, you can see like the chunks there aren't showing, some of them there. It's like, are you really noticing this? I'm not paying attention to it that much. Create a vector of chunks from the hash map, filtering out the chunks that are outside camera view, so that vector, sort that vector by distance and draw. Yeah. And I guess the thing is like sorting the chunks by distance probably isn't that performance hitting. Alright, I'm gonna turn down this a little bit. We'll probably go back to like 5. Also, my music stopped. Yeah, I guess, okay. What do we do next? First off, probably more render optimizing. Draw type needs... So I guess that's fine. You're fine to draw error particles if you really wish. Nah. Do I allow said error particle? This should be error. Nah, let's not allow error particles to be drawn. The rendering type. Where am I sending the particle type? Ah, here we go. That's better. Error particle type. Chunk distance. We can get rid of these. I guess I can get rid of this. We don't really need that anymore. Do we use I? I don't think we actually use I anymore. No reason in having it when you don't use it. Everything breaks. Please don't add the extra tab. Error particle. Guess I should like not import files that I don't actually need. Okay, so we created an error particle. Created error particle. Calling faces. Calling particle faces. Oh, let's go. All right, let's add chunks to a hash map fix our well, okay, we've done our rendering optimization, sort of. I guess part of that requires making chunks in a hash map. I guess not really, because they're already in a vector. We could just sort them, you render or whatnot. Okay. I guess, yeah, let's add chunks to a hash map. Hmm. Do I add them to a hash map now? I think we've done the rendering optimizations that were intended, plus a little more. It'd be really cool to get like some sort of better shading in, like to have like a sun or something. Yeah, where are all these? I have to figure that out. Where are all these debug particles coming from? Bong shading. Ugh. I hate that so much. I hate this stupid like light source, the specular. I hate the specular. It just makes it look like everything's kind of like plastic. I hate it. Like certain Minecraft shaders even like do that, and it like now the grass looks like it's plastic because it's got like a specular reflection on it. Then just don't calculate diffuse. Specular, sorry. Well, but that's just ambient and diffuse. Ambient's easy. That's just everything's that color. It's like we already have the diffuse. I guess this should be effect 4. Oh, like the amount of ambient lighting be some small amount, like 3. His Fs aren't required. I want to ensure that these are added. Yeah, so now everything has a little bit of ambient, plus the directional me. A max ambient, everything else. So it doesn't go over 1. True. That's a little bit better. I guess I should actually put the light somewhere. So the light direction. How do you do the light position too? So we'll copy that. So I just want the I can spell Vec3 right. I want it to be 1.0. Like 0.5 perhaps, even a little less. And then down. And none on the Z. Upload a list of lights as a uniform. Oh my. What happened to my light now? I guess it's technically under here. This would mean that this light source is on each chunk, basically. Ooh, what have I done? Alright, so now we have a bright, bright light. Oh, I guess I need to normalize it. Why would I upload? Why would I want multiple lights? I don't need multiple lights. There's some very weird lighting, if you ask me. I guess this is Upload a list of lights. See, I don't know what other light sources I really would have exactly. Should look up diffuse lighting. Turns out turning on those extra ops completely broke my Rust project. Yikes. Basic lighting. Interesting. Light pose. Brag pose. Do you not have a fragment shader? Yeah, I have a fragment shader. Yeah, I have a fragment shader. I just don't do it in the fragment like I probably should. You're doing shading in the vertex shader. Yeah, but that was just to get crap to work. So yeah, I do need to like actually do that in the Gored shading. Is that how you say it? But yeah, I need to probably do it in the fragment. It'll probably look a lot better if you do shading for fragment. Yeah, I bet so. That's probably part of the reason it's looked bad, and I've just forgotten that before. It's really confusing because like they have this code snippet and then they have this other one. It's like this one goes in the vertex shader, but this one goes in the fragment. It's just like I actually got to read all this text to know where it goes. Can I just get like the completed scripts? Yes, I can. Where is there the shader code though? Where they don't put the shader code in here, do they? Really? Here we go. We can actually click on them. Vertex and fragment. So the vertex, we're gonna want the two out values. I'm going to move my Chrome window over here. Actually, I'll move it down here just so I can see it a little better. So we have frag vertex color. We can probably determine that in the fragment as well. Although that means indexing a bajillion times, whereas you could just regardless, we're gonna need the color, which I guess we could do in the fragment. It's not really a big deal, but we need the out frag position. What are you IDE erroring about? Vec 3 and the normal. The fragment pose is a vector 3 of the model times the vector 4 a pose 1.0. I guess we don't really have model, it's just world position. So we can just do the world position times particle scale. It's just this. World position times or plus 0.5. Times the particle scale plus a pose times particle scale. That's our position. And then the normal is a matrix 3 of the transpose inverse model. Well, joke's on you, I do not have the model matrix. So I'd have to make that times a normal. Inverse of the model. That's matrix 3 times the normal. That's just the world position. So I guess I should do this. Just do world. I think that's right. Because it's just the model times the normal. Yeah. Oh, but I don't want the A pose in that. So really I want this. That's my actual world position. So really I need the world position times... This is not plus world. My goodness, why is this so confusing? Well, yeah, then A pose. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then GL position. We'll figure out what these values are actually freaking supposed to be. Projection view. Vec4 of world. Frag pose. Just say, just for consistency. I guess I need to do the frag vertex color as well. So we'll just call this out Vec4 that's my color. My frag color. get out of here is just this. It's more like the particle type. But the color would be the same regardless, so yeah. Then the fragment. Invec for frag color. I guess it's an out vector, so we can't really color. So we have the out fragment color. Then we have the normal. Okay, let's just do this. For the sake of my sanity. The light pose, the view pose, the light color, the object color. So basically you have all of this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so object color. We don't need that. Because we already know what our object color is. So we find object color, which is just color. There we go. Let's see. The light position. The view position. What is view position? Well, we could just make the light color white. Completely white. The light pose, we'll just say 16. The view pose, I don't know what that's supposed to be in terms of this. So where do we set the variables in here? View pose, camera dot position. I see. I think this is that. You can just snatch it out of view. Okay, well everything's disappeared, so that's a problem. Probably the shader didn't work. Well, I need to get rid of this stupid log. Where the fuck is it? Get out of here. Error compiling shader undeclared identifier. What are you talking about? So light is my position plus that amount, I see. For whatever reason. Let's see. I guess we want the position. Times the particle scale. And that errored for some motherfucking reason. God damn it. No, please select the thing. That's really weird, to be honest. Okay, so that seems decent in our 000 chunk. That makes sense. So something's not quite right with positioning still. Okay, so frag pose is world times a pose. Model times... No, this is the world position times particle scale. This stupid particle scaling weirdness. So model, which is just our position, times a pose. So we want this times a pose. Whoa. That's right. That's completely correct. Um... I mean, like, it's not too bad, but like, yeah, that's not right. So that seems better. I'm not sure I really understand what the hell's going on with this lighting. Let's see, this is vertex position in the world. I don't understand. Okay, so said light source is at like right here. That seems to make sense, yeah. The light is being calculated on every chunk, even though... Light pose minus the fragment pose. This is the correct GL position. But not necessarily the correct light position. Are you winning? No. See, this is what we have so far. It's supposed to be a light here at 00 or 050, so like probably about here. As you can see, we are having some technical difficulties. Things get weird in the negative chunks. Just path trace? That sounds worse. Yeah, so, but then that means that there's a light source at 000 at each of these, I guess. In a way. But like, that's not right. So if zero zero so this is our light position, which needs to minus the fragment position. Oh, imagine. Got that. Whoa. Right. So why does the light position? Is this relative to every... Well, it shouldn't be. Because the frag pose is the real position. Or should be. But it's not. Why is it... God damn it. Why is it... like that. Basically, the light source is at the chunks 00050 and not like actually in world 050. World position is the chunks world position. We shift the chunks world position by 0.5. Multiply that by particle scale. Times a pose. So world position gets scaled out. Well, I guess world position's the chunk grid position. It's not the actual world position. So what I'm doing here is I'm scaling that to actual world position. Times a pose, which is also needing to be scaled by particle scale. Because I guess probably the actual proper thing to do is multiply this all by particle scale. Keep it in the proper scaling. Then scale it up. Or scale it. Oh god. This is its actual world position. So that shouldn't be scaled then. So world position is the actual position it's at. But a pose should be scaled. So a My goodness. This is insanely. Really, a pose times particle scale is what you're after. A pose is just an addition. Why are you editing the normal? What do you mean, editing the normal? Just pass the normal through? Well, because if you're scaling or something, I don't remember what it said. So I guess this does need to be scaled. Oh my god. I guess why do I realistically have a particle scale? I don't know, but I mean, it was still having the light source. Some weird shit going on with it. The normal vector is attraction. Well, I know that. I just copied the code from the Learn OpenGL thing. That's probably why. I think it's just the weird scaling that I do. Ratio is supposed to be plus. No. Well, I mean, better, but it also means that, like, everything... I'm so confused. Really, I should just fix the world position of these. So this gets rid of our particle scale. Am I still scaling anything by particle scale in here? No. Oops, it... Oh my god. So the light source just goes infinitely, which is not how that's supposed to work. I have some weird, like, scaling things. Ugh. This is breaking my brain. Alright, well, it is getting late, and I should probably go make dinner soon, so I will come back to this all tomorrow, or just scrap it, work on something else. I think that's pretty much it for today. Still got some good progress, you know, fixing something that I don't, making the rendering better. We finally there, sort of. Yeah, now we have 300 FPS, or not 300. We have 700 FPS instead of 300. It's a huge improvement. Most of the other things that I did not really improve the FPS all that much. So, not saying they're useless, but at the same time, like, not really an improvement necessarily. I mean, later on, I guess we'll have to do it anyway, so. But also, like, it would be nice this could run on, you know, other people's computers. I do have a kind of beefy GPU. I mean, I guess I should actually check the usage now, the GPU usage, now that I don't draw every bajillion triangle. If you push it, I can check it on my 6700 XT. Fair enough. So still using about 40% GPU on my end. This is using copy for whatever reason. Not too bad. Using about 3 gigabytes, but I'm also like streaming, so some of this probably has to do with encoding that as well. If CMake decides to work, yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'll just push broken shader code. What was in here? Just removing a stupid log that was annoying. There you go. I think everything is already pushed, but yeah. Let me go ahead and grab some sort of link. Rendering optimization. I think this is the branch I'm working on, to be honest. I mean, it's not that hard to run. Linux might not be as performant. Although, actually, I should try it on Linux now that I'm not making a uploading the GPU every frame, because I tried to run it on Linux. It ran on Linux, but it was way worse FPS. Like what I had on main probably before I started the stream. I'm pretty sure I just had I think I was getting like 30 FPS on Linux. So I benchmarked it, or profiled it, I should say, and I there's this one operation that's like really heavy for some reason. I can't figure out what it is, because like it's just not clear what the hell it is, whatever, but I think it's stuff to do with rendering, so I'd love to see how much better it works on Linux. I think also technically this can run on Mac OS now, if you can figure out how to get JThread to work. I was trying to get it to run on Mac OS, but I couldn't seem to get JThread to work. Also, I'm not sure. Anytime I like pull this code from somewhere, I get an error because JThread's not, like, the thread header isn't added for some reason. Why do I not include thread? Or if you don't need shapes I really need to do like some cleanup. See, I have no idea why I'm allowed to just access thread when I haven't actually added it. Fix include for thread standard. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and don't forget to come watch next time. I'll try to start adhering to my stream schedule a little bit more next week. Probably not Monday's stream still. But we'll see. We'll see. It depends. I gotta go make dinner now. So I will see you all in the next stream. I guess I should actually remember to maybe see if there's someone I can raid. I don't think anyone's live that I really... No. I don't really have very many viewers. I think it's just wackery, to be honest. And probably just the bot. You know what? I'll start doing raids once I actually get more viewers. But yeah, okay. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all later. If you want to watch the replay, I'll upload it to YouTube. You should be able to also watch it back on Twitch until Twitch deletes it, but hopefully I remember to actually upload it to YouTube as well. Alright. See you all